Hello. Big visual delay in OBS for me, but no sound delay. Hopefully. How is everybody doing today? Half the week is over. Wait, no, more than half the week is over. The week is over tomorrow. Rejoice. It's almost Christmas. Did you know? No, there's some auto delay. But no, I know how to fix it. I think I don't even have to unplug the USB thingy. I think I just have to select a different source. Properties. No, I can't. No, wait. No. I guess I'm trying to... I think this is the hand cam. Oh, I might be messing things up. Let's wait for a little bit with this until I commit. Let's see how bad it is first. I think it's fine. I need an extraneous USB imaging device connected that I can switch to. Everything that I have connected right now I'm actually using. It's a small delay. I keep doing that. I'm just gonna do a full jump there. An almost full jump. No, it has to be a full jump. It's an almost full jump and I'm just gonna accidentally super jump. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Okay, I'm going straight to the Cooper stairs. Forgot to jump. Easy, right? Should never fail in runs. Whoops. Unlucky oscillation with the Koopa shell. Oh no. I should have fixed the YouTube chat integration for today. It worked when I tested. I hope it keeps working. Oh, that's exactly what shouldn't happen. Okay, after some testing it fails more than it works, which is very concerning, because this is not hard. Oops. Rather slow. Nice. Hey Bentelli. Currently I'm practicing. I have another scene that I will switch to when I start the runs that has live split on it. It's always how I start my streams. Quick practice of the things that went wrong in the last stream, in the last runs, and then the runs start. Hey Bender. Also, it looks like the YouTube integration is working perfectly. So for YouTube chat, whatever appears to be typed by me is, you can probably see it, is what the Twitch chat is saying. And the other way around on YouTube, I hope. Yeah. No more secret societies. Yeah, a couple of people usually work around these hours, so they can only watch on YouTube. Julien, for example, can almost exclusively watch on YouTube. Oh, I had a good rhythm going, now it's gone again. On Mixer, on Kick, on TikTok. No. No. I think I'm gonna keep it to these two, to the classic platforms. Something got worse over time with this strat. It should never be difficult. I have a Kick account. Like when it was very new, I very briefly considered. I think I even did a few streams, like triple streaming. But yeah, it's, as long as you're like not a casino stream, I think that's what it was back then. Like everything was just gambling. As long as you're not doing that, I think it's the wrong place. I don't know how it has evolved, but probably not substantially. The Wild West of streaming. I mean, that can be good things. The thing is, the speedrunning community is not on Kick, I believe. It's consistent lag, at least, with this early jump here. Something about it that I don't like. I could do gambling, yeah. Maybe let's do some gambling like in the speedrun. Let's combine it. That's what could be a random place to gamble in the speed. Maybe a boss stage. Maybe like something in the middle to break up the run. Maybe Pumpkin Zone. Just gonna gamble in the pumpkin boss level. Maybe at the end. Hello, 42069. That is. I mean, that used to be a thing. I'm pretty sure in the very early days of speedrun.com. There was an official board for that. I mean, an unofficial board. Those were the times of like pencil sharpening speedruns, etc. Those kinds of things. Hey, Aukchen. No. Versions are identical. Okay, I seem to struggle with the holding left strat, so I'm just gonna sacrifice a few frames there. Like I can hold left here, and then I land around here. And you can still get a full speed jump up the stairs, but for some reason the timing with the lag is just a slightly bit different. I struggle. If I do it like this though, where I wait with the left press, I jump straight up and then I press left. It seems to work better for me. That was something in the middle. If I do it like this, I'm obviously losing frames because I could go left earlier. But it seems to make it so much more consistent. That's what I was saying, Bender. I think I had it set up already. I think when I started the multi-streaming. Oops. I did all three. Yeah, I think that was still... Yeah, that was definitely still my Windows setup. Would have to log into Windows to retrieve my credentials. Okay, why? That's what I'm not getting. Like, sometimes I'm just not getting running speed. Even though it feels like I'm waiting more than long enough. It must be the lag. Or maybe the way I'm pressing left when I'm still airborne? Or holding run? Maybe when I don't get running speed, I delay holding run. Now I paid extra attention to hold run early, and that did work. It's hard to focus on. Pyroclastic. Oh, I suppose you're somebody who was in the Twitch chat just now. I honestly wouldn't even know how... I mean, I think... Does the YouTube gaming category even still exist? That's how it started. I remember that much. To the point of what will people do? Like, will people be more accepting to adopting Linux with the hard push to Windows 11 by Microsoft? I would say yes, but it won't be a big leap. But I think historically it's gonna be like a noticeable raise in the charts when you zoom out in a few years. I don't know who it was yesterday, last time, but I have the exact same opinion that they voiced. That I think the advance of SteamOS has lowered that hurdle of acceptance quite a bit. Because that is just a Linux system. And an Arch system at that. The kind of distribution that most people find the scariest. Because, ooh, you have to be so nerdy to use it. Nah, it's not. Exactly, Nitrix. Yeah. SteamOS is basically Arch. That's the thing, Corn. I have had, like, since I started using Endeavour OS, which is also Arch-based, back in January, there was a single time where something wasn't working properly. Like something bigger, which was the refresh rate for my desktops. I could only go to 30 FPS. And that was for like a week, maybe 2 weeks. And everything else has always just worked. I would say, like, I don't know the times beforehand, but from my experience in the last 10.5 months, I would say an Arch-based system is very stable. It's definitely more stable than Ubuntu-based Mint. Mint was a little bit of a disaster. Not disaster, that's too harsh. But with X11 slowly fading out of relevance, a lot of apps that you could find would just look terrible on Mint or like generally X11. Whereas Endeavour OS ships with Plasma 6 and Wayland by default out of the box. Well, it ships with both. I could just switch to an X11 session. But again, X11 just doesn't look like, even just having browsers have browsers use your system themes sometimes just doesn't work. With something like something common like a browser, I feel like that's not a good sign for the future. Hey Jonas. I mean, Mint is a nice transitional OS, I would say. It definitely had that purpose for me, like it served it well. To come from Windows and still feel like I'm using a Windows system. To be fair, it's not different on Endeavour OS. Like I never had any point in time where I just was stuck and had to look something up because I couldn't get anywhere. And that said, most Linux distributions, at least like if you use something KDE based, GNOME based, Plasma, I mean that's KDE based, they have adopted the Windows concept, right? Like most Linux desktops look like a Windows desktop, and the window managers work like Windows. That is just the reality of things. There are hardcore Linux users who like are on Sway or something and use command line for anything. Sure. Probably good for productivity or something, but not really for everyday usability, I would say. I've never actively used GNOME. I've only seen GNOME being used in like the distribution comparisons in YouTube videos. It's one of those things, like I don't know what could be better in my current environment. Like which paradigm would I want to be different? I don't have an answer. I'm happy with what I have. Let's move on here with the practice. And as I said, everything is just working, which is the most important thing. Except for the stairs 30% of the time. Yeah, I mean, the choices are so wide on any kind of distribution. You can't really, like, no matter if you're on an Arch or Debian or SUSE or whatever system, you can still usually somewhat freely choose your desktop managers. Holy lag. No matter what is beneath the system, you can usually make it behave as you want it to. And that's definitely where my bias also comes from, that I've been using Windows my entire life, so I'm just gonna keep it a little bit Windows-like from the look and feel. Yikes. Not sure if you can call Android. I'm not in the weeds in this, but I'm not sure if it could be called Arch-based. I feel like it's its own major Unix branch. Like the one big change that, unless you were actively using that, like you sort it out on Windows, the one big thing on Linux for me that is also just such a big quality of life improvement is just Package Manager. Just knowing that with a simple command line command, you can just make everything ideally in your system driver-wise line up with each other, build the important things against each other. That is so convenient. But you can also achieve that on Windows, but it's just not a known paradigm among Windows users, I would say. Yeah, there are always options. That jump I have to practice, HOD. I hope the Beat Saber was nice to you. It's kind of exactly the middle. And then it doesn't matter as much if you get fast or slow swimming. Excuse me. Yeah, it's so different. Like, one of them was slow, the other fast. That is actually slow, but it ends up being faster because of the good pipe transition. So I don't even know what to aim for. Just stay in the middle. Hope for the best. This one is strangely hard. Because sometimes you just don't get running speed in time, and then you bonk. Nice. Any PPs? My laptop was getting slower and slower, and it had an old Windows 10 on it. So I also just installed a somewhat more minimal Endeavour OS on it. Still, like still running Plasma 6. But it runs much better now. And my main PC, the one I'm streaming on, is still dual boot for VR. Keep saying it, but in terms of VR, Linux is not there quite yet. Which, to a big extent, is to be blamed on the big manufacturers, not on the Linux devs. Chubaloo. 12 PPs is good. Ooh. I can envision a EU resolution in the future for OEM machines that they have, if they are sold in the European Union, that they have to come with either Windows, or maybe not even Windows at all, maybe just 2 or 3 Linux distributions to choose from. Wouldn't that be great? We had the whole Microsoft browser drama in the past. Could be something similar. Yeah. I can see it happening. Maybe sooner than later. I think the fines are mostly a concession. Kind of on both, like, I think both sides are fine with the money, are fine with the fines. I think it hurt Microsoft more back in the day when they had to ship Windows with Firefox. Yeah. The FCO. Yeah, why not? I've been doing this for over 10 years now. And currently there are about 7.5 active SML2 speedrunners. Usually on Twitch. Interesting that the YouTube branch... blah! Words. that the YouTube recommendations are funneling in several people today. Because today has been, maybe it's because of chat activity, which is inflated by me combining the two chats. So yeah, what you see in your chat is the combination of Twitch and YouTube chat. So either that is directly connected and even caused by that, or it's just a good coincidence. Because I think it's better if the chats are not separated. Bit of a strange save state. That should have worked. Am I too early? Doesn't feel like I'm too early. But I obviously am. It felt like the same timing. Okay. That's enough for that. Oh, that could also be. In your case, but we had at least 2 other people earlier. And usually the random stragglers are a little bit more rare on YouTube. Why the mascot is... I actually do not know, no. I have no idea. Dang. That's a good story. This is a practice ROM that a community member made for the speedrunning community back in 2020. They go by the name Lightbulb Sun. This is version 1.3 of said practice ROM. If you go to... oh wait. In Twitch chat, I think there's a command that I... Is it just practice ROM? Or is it practice? Oh, it doesn't give you the link. I think it's SML2R.com. Let me type it in YouTube chat, if I can find my YouTube chat. And I think there you can go to the practice ROM page and patch it yourself, pretty much, if you have a legally acquired ROM. If that tickles your fancy at all. If not, at least now you know. Okay, back to practice. Yo, welcome to Twitch, FCO. This is where the party is. Ah. I made a save a safe strange state, a strange safe state. The worst save state I've ever made. And I just made it worse. Let's redo that. 2 frames before the power-up grab. The first revision of the Super Game Boy, yes, that is correct. One second. There might be some people who haven't seen yet. I don't know why I grabbed both. So this is the PAL version. The American one is a little bit more angular, but this is the Super Game Boy 1, right? That's the Super Game Boy that most people know. When Pokemon came out and people wanted to trade their Pokemon between different devices, you kind of had to have a Game Boy and the link cable. But in Japan, for people who didn't want to have the handheld with a link cable, and the problem, I shouldn't mention the problem. The problem was that this was running too fast. So they made this to run at about the same speed as Super Nintendo games. Game Boy games ran a little bit slower. So when they tried, not tried, like they couldn't because there's no port on the Super Game Boy 1. But even if they had wanted to, that discrepancy would have been enough to make the 2 devices not be able to link, like a Game Boy and this device. So in Japan, they came up with the Super Game Boy 2, which fixes that issue, which has the exact same clock speed as the original Game Boys, like the brick up there, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Pocket, Game Boy Advance, all of those run at the same speed. And so does this one. And this one also has a little link port. So with this one you could trade Pokemons between your portable Game Boy handheld and the console version, or console setup. That is the reason, like one of the main reasons they even made this. Otherwise, like if it had just been for the accuracy, it doesn't run same speed as the other Game Boy consoles, Game Boy handhelds. They wouldn't have done it. But the Pokemon trading was the big thing. For speedrunning, obviously, you want to use the accurate one. You can use the faster running one, but the time will be adjusted after the fact. It's still, like, it's an official product, right? And the only difference, there's no gameplay difference, the only difference is really just the speed. And since it's the odd one out, like actually the only official product, if you discount Game & Watch, like which obviously doesn't play, or only plays what is on it, and doesn't play cartridges. But since everything else has the same speed, it is decided that, okay, this runs faster, but for the sake of accessibility, let's just use the accurate, the original speed as the standard. Not every community has done it in the past. Like if you think about N64 and the Chinese IQ, I never know how it's actually pronounced, IQ, Ike, whatever. They like split up their boards and for some time only used this version, and other people had a hardware advantage over others. Then the Wii Virtual Console was faster for some things, and certain tricks only worked on that one. We're very lucky in the Game Boy community that we don't have to deal with stuff like that. Everything, emulators, Super Game Boy 1, Super Game Boy 2, Game Boy Player for the thingy, GameCube, all on the same leaderboard. Even the Switch version. I think that rant answered all questions that could have come up. And as for emulators, there are several accurate ones. And for ease of moderation, 2 main accepted ones, which are BGB and GSE. GSE is the successor of Gambate. We convert the frames by a simple, like we just apply the ratio, like we know the difference in clock speed. It is about a it's 2.4% basically. So you just multiply it by 1.024. And that's all you have to do. It's a very easy conversion. But it's a little, there are some numbers afterwards, some more decimals. But the conversion rate is known. There are also several online converters that do the math for you. Historically, in the speedrunning community, everybody who has started on the Super Game Boy 1, because it was the one that they had, if they got serious about the speedrun, pretty much all of them eventually got a Super Game Boy 2. I think nowadays you can get it for $50 if you're lucky, a Super Game Boy 2. I have 2 of them. I got either of them for $20 back in the day. That was before the retro price explosion. Hey Sarah! Hello! I mean, the Super Game Boy in general cannot play Game Boy Color games. Some games, like with the... I have it here now. Like the ones with the colored cartridge, they come with 2 versions on the cartridge. They have a Game Boy version and a Game Boy Color version. But yeah, Super Game Boy can, like neither 1 or 2, can play proper Game Boy Color games. It would need to be one of those special ones that have both. Ah, what am I pressing? That's because the Super Game Boy is its own device, pretty much. Unlike the Game Boy Player for the GameCube, which is, if you will, a reskinned Game Boy Advance, or Game Boy Advance in a different shell. That one plays all Game Boy, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance games. Oh, DK94, that's actually like even another category. DK94 is, or the Pokemon games, for example, they are Game Boy, Super Game Boy enhanced games. So they have extra packages, like extra borders, sometimes extra sound effects, that are played at runtime. That are not on the actual, like where are they? I don't even know how they do that on the technical level. But that is basically something that the Super Game Boy specifically has to load aside, like while the normal game is running, which again for speedrunning, interestingly enough, makes the platform not very viable, because then you can just say that, yeah, the standard is Game Boy Advance, like the original Game Boy frame rate, which is all of those other devices, and then suddenly like every Super Game Boy falls behind. Super Game Boy 1 is still faster by the refresh rate, but it also has this additional package loading. Super Game Boy 2 has the regular frequency, but the package loading, so it's much slower usually to run these enhanced games on a Super Game Boy 1 or 2 compared to the alternatives. That is correct. Meshing feels a little off today. Well, let's see how off. Oops. It's my flaky EverDrive in action. Come on. I'm about to finish off the practice. Please let me. Because we have another practice ROM. Specifically for the Space Zone boss fight. Wait. Bender, I didn't read it yet. Is there anything I need from Japan? Nothing that I wouldn't be able to just order, I think. Thanks for asking. A wife? What would I need a wife for? Please explain. Ooh, kind of slow. Like not just the 8, the others. Yeah, children. Can't have enough screaming children around me. Fun fact, a friend of mine moved to Japan for a year or 1.5 years, came home, not alone, has a Japanese wife in Germany now. Get me a drink while speedrunning. But I can just put a bottle of water next to my table. It's much less effort. My timing. Mashing is slow, timing is not quite there right now. Life-size sex dolls. Like, are they specifically creepy, or are they just creepy on the Uncanny Valley basis? I can see a market for both. True. Jonas is completely right. But Bender wasn't the one to suggest the wife anyway. Nah, this is usually a very tame stream. Don't have the feeling for this fight today. B10. Sometimes it just be like this. What's with the timing? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I would say that that's just a different kind of uncanny, though. That might be what I meant. Like the Japanese culture coding. Why do I start on B12? Let me focus and not think about Japanese sex dolls for a second. Nope. Sex dolls still in my head. Nope. Okay. A little better. Okay. I think I figured out the timing again. They went places in several aspects of what they chose to put in a Mario game. Like the entire Pumpkin Zone is also, like, except for the booze. Of course it has booze. Like Pumpkin Zone 3 is very much standard Mario. But everything else is just a little weird for a Mario game. Like having Jason Voorhees masks and cut off tentacles and just generally this Japanese yokai theme in Pumpkin 2. It's a departure from the classic enemy design in Mario games. Okay, yeah, the timing is returning to my fingers. It's also, you gotta say, it's also easier to do something new when the overall franchise isn't as established yet. Like what did they have? SMB1, SMB, like original SMB2 Lost Levels is basically almost exactly like SMB1, at least style-wise. SMB2 US is just a reskin of a different game, Doki Doki Panic, so I wouldn't even count that one. That's an afterthought. And then you have SMB3, which has a strange dark military theme. So Also very different from SMB 1 and 2. Then you have SMW, which I think SMW is where it starts to become what Mario is nowadays. And it wasn't established. It was just, okay, this is the biggest Mario game now, and the most widespread one. Well, probably SMB1 was still more widespread. But you didn't have this dogma that you had to stick to design-wise. And that said, also SMW was Shigeru Miyamoto, and SML2 and 1 was Yokoi Gunpei, the Game Boy developer, inventor, if you will. So there were different creative directors at work as well, which helped. Because they wanted to leave the game line up to the people who knew what the Game Boy was capable of. I think it was the R&D 2 team that Gunpei Yokoi led. No, it was developed as Doki Doki Panic. Like the game Doki Doki Panic, I believe, still exists. And you can look at it and see that it plays pretty much the same. Yeah. Land 1, I consider Land 1 more like a tech demo, if you will, for the Game Boy. Like, they weren't really sure how a Game Boy, what kind of gaming experience they wanted to go for on the handheld. And they hadn't figured out on cartridge saving yet, which is another big thing, because if you don't have saving capability on your cartridge, you probably don't want to make a big game, right? Because then you can never finish the game without changing batteries, which you can't do while the game is running. So when they made SML1, I think they had to make it short and somewhat simple. Like, just have the player be able to do a playthrough somewhat quickly. Well, yeah, they quickly figured out, just put a battery in the cartridges, have some saving capability, and then you can make the games bigger. 3 or 4 more. Yeah, playing while plugged in does defeat the handheld aspect a little bit, right? Yeah, passwords were the original solution. Like the old Game Boy Castlevanias and Mega Man games, they all have password systems. I love Tetris, so I wouldn't even say that. But yeah, the real breakthrough, the first breakthrough was Tetris for the Game Boy, and then there was Pokemon, of course. Pokemon kept the Game Boy system alive, way beyond its normal life expectancy. Yeah. That is true. But you also gotta say, Tetris lends itself to a handheld very well. Ooh. When I play Tetris these days, it's 99% on my GBA SP. You get along with the different requirements, Jonas. It's fine. Also, just look at Tetris DX, which has like a 25 high well. It's not that much, but it's quite high. Can I not get a single albatross? One more kill, and I'm starting runs. Okay, sloppy, but let's go. Also, it is getting hot today for some reason. It hasn't been hot outside, but I'm sweating. Oops. But yeah, for the new ones, I'm playing on the... Oops. It's reflecting a little bit on the Japanese version 1.0 of the game. I got this one because for the any percent category, which is the run that is under 3 minutes, you need to have the first... It's not the revision, like the first version before the first revision. Because that one uses a glitch that was fixed in later versions. I might have to try to fix the audio delay. Let me see. Let me see how it feels in a level. It's minimal. I think I'll try playing like this. Yeah. What should I call you? RMCIN. I can't make out what the word could be. Okay, start recording. Check. Video works. Oh. I have not enabled the TCP server in live split. Now I have. Now it works. All right. Oh, Japanese versus others? Yeah, it's only the title screen. Only this. I mean, I can feel that the audio delay. Let's have a look at the split, how big it actually is. don't know what you're referring to, FCO. Like my color scheme? Like black and white? I like this one because I can... At first I just liked it in general. I was playing around with the random color palettes. And I stuck with this one because it just has a nice contrast. Like it's a nice mix of warm colors. And a good contrast. And it doesn't hurt my eyes. Even after looking at it for a long time. Oh, the overalls. I never thought about this. I don't think that I have a preference. Realizing that it didn't even occur to me that they are different. But yeah, of course they are. Hey, Jason. Let's see where my focus is today. Yeah, they're those things that, unless somebody brings them up, you just never even think about. Are glitches weird? That's a loaded question. The reason why this category is called glitchless is because... I mean, it's not a reason. We don't use glitches. The thing is, there are very big game-breaking glitches in this game, which warrant a separate category for the speedrun. And this category is not that. The category that does use glitches is only a little over 2.5 minutes long. Whoops. Oh, also for the first-time watchers, I am, as the title says, currently going for the world record, which means there might be a few resets early on. I'm currently not going too resetty in the tree zone, but if something bigger happens, like a timeless of 2 seconds and more, I will just reset. Like that. That wouldn't be 2 seconds, but that's just so annoying. I don't want to have that. It's faster to just reset and get a clean tree zone. Yeah, when I get deeper into the run, I am more inclined to just finish the run. The 2 seconds are specifically tree zone. Yeah, Today I find out that Korn has only been listening until today. Good on you that you stuck around for this long. And yeah, for those interested in my setup, I am using a Super Famicom Junior, the Japanese one. Super Game Boy 2 in that one, then the Japanese card that you saw, a regular Super Famicom controller. All of that goes through an upscaler, which is the RetroTink 2X in my case, and then into an... I forgot what the name of my capture card is. It's an EVGA RX1 or something. XR1? I think XR1. Yeah, I think XR1 Pro. It slowly came back to me. That's the most recent addition to my setup, so it hasn't really sunk in yet. And I'm playing on a CRT monitor. Ooh. I have to get a super jump there, which in this game works if you release the jump button a few frames before the actual peak of the jump. That momentum carries you a little bit higher. If I don't get that in that level, I lose about 5 seconds. So that is always a reset. That particular mistake. Hello, Elican. Not in that case, Jonas. A D-pad up for higher jumps is only needed when stationary. Otherwise, you only need running speed to get a full height jump. Also, I'm jumping at the backsides of tiles there. If you do it just right, you get pushed forward by 1 pixel. I forgot the number. What was the I think it's like in the low 90s over the entire run. Like about 90-ish of those corner boost attempts per run, which adds up to about a second, ideally. But they're free to do. The ones that are not free, we usually don't go for. I think it was just short of 100. But yeah, not every pixel push actually also lets you finish the level earlier. Because there is something called speed oscillation. Mario moves forward when he's running 1 pixel per frame, then 2 pixels per frame, and it alternates at running speed. So sometimes you don't save time with every corner boost, basically. Those are the very basics of the speedrun, of the game mechanics. That jump over that first pipe is also a super jump, otherwise you can't make it over. Yeah, and outside of that, it's just mostly power-up management and clean platforming. That is the core of this speedrun. I suppose the kill count is also something that is worth mentioning. You want to rack up the kill count to 99 before you go to Wario's castle. Because when you kill enemy number 100, you get an invincibility star. And that is very helpful to kill the, I guess you can call them mini bosses in the castle very quickly. Has Dearbot died again? I haven't seen him in a while. I have to read up on whether Twitch made any changes. No, there he is. Funny guy. Hey, chicken. Apparently. Not just waterfowl. Sorry. Shoot. That was very bad. It already started with a jump up to the Paragoomba that was strangely early. I'm surprised. Did I do the same thing in my PB? That can't be. Maybe it's a discrepancy between audio split and visual split. It just looks like I didn't lose time, but actually I did. Yeah, intro delay. Intro audio delay. You are right. That is the reason. And now I will be plus 0.3 again. Yeah. I will try to fix the delay after this run. It's more than I thought. Oh, forgot. Ooh, a little early. That works out. Kinda bad. Controller switch. Because I have a separate mashing controller for this boss fight. I did not forget. I will probably forget again later in the stream. Plop. Pew! No, now I can't tap in rhythm to the music, because it's gonna be strangely off. Okay, it is very noticeable now. Trying to tap along with the bass. I think I held both buttons at the start. Okay, let me fix the audio delay. By disconnecting the capture card. That is definitely gonna work. Still need my glasses. Okay. That is no audio at all. That is not what I was hoping for. I know how to fix it, don't worry. 1 second. There. Yeah. Okay. I should have done that earlier. Sorry. Oh, this is so much better. Thank you. Why did I do that? Okay. It's a funny one. Not so funny. Super Famicom Junior and Super Game Boy 2. I can try... Actually, I think... Don't I have a command for that? Like exclamation mark setup? I don't know what is in that, but I took a picture at some point for exact questions like this. I don't remember the command. Or was it the new TV that also had the console on screen? I'm forgetting. The command might be !new TV. Which is not a new TV at all anymore. I think I got this TV in 2018? Or maybe that was the predecessor. Like I have a 20-inch TV now. And before that I was using the 14-inch version from the same manufacturer. It was not enough. A laggy guy. It's an old TV. It is the Barco ADVM20. Let me type that for you. That is my TV. Also, let's just check. Is this the command? It is. What does it actually show? I forgot. Yeah, that is exactly my setup. So you have the Super Famicom Junior in the back. I think Super, of course, on the screen, Super Metroid. But yeah, that is the TV, and that is my console. That is still what I'm using. Also, I know I asked you last time. What is your name supposed to be pronounced as again? Is it a German name? Is it... What's the background? Because I completely forgot what you replied last time. I apologize. Because it does make some sense, reading it as a German word. Some sense. Oof. Jumped too short. Don't know wall. Maybe that was the same answer last time, and that's why I don't remember. I'll ask again next stream. Whoops. Yeah, but it could also be AUG Chen. Could be a Chinese name as well. Who knows? Or maybe they can't believe that I forgot. Because they probably told me in the past. I hope it's not on my face. A little too wide with the mushroom grabs today. Ah, I thought I hadn't made it. So I just gave up there. The hell? Ah. Was going so well with the corner boosts. Okay, that is unlucky to get hit like that. Was a different trajectory down the diagonal jump than I usually do. That threw me off a little bit. Oh, good news from the wrist hand department, by the way. It hurts significantly less today. Like just today, between yesterday and today. Something got better. So I guess I don't have to go to the doctor. Whoopsie, but Mario has to go see the doctor. No. Didn't turn left at all. I mean, move left. Let's go. Oh, come on! Not on the map. ATP. No, it is not cubes. The game is tile-based. Does that count? Blah. All the way back to the start there. Yeah, Mr. Pulse, thank you. Yeah, that was map as well as terrible mushroom grab. I know that. Not yet. I think the second or third one got to Tatanga. But then I froze Tatanga and had to reset. Other than that, only Tree Zone. A little late on the climb setup. Hey, Smoggy. It's not going today. You actually didn't miss anything at all. It's been rough. I missed your stream. What was the stream? I assume it was not Beat Saber. If I had to guess. Otherwise you wouldn't talk like that. You want to tell me something. It was a special stream. I don't know. I think with a Beat Saber stream you wouldn't play mysterious like that. Were you drawing on stream? Never heard of Beat Saber. I don't believe you. A 900? Score Saber? Then surely. Very average mushroom grabs today. It's only gonna break even again. Whoops. Ah, again. At least this time it didn't take my feather away. Hmm. How old? This game is from 1992. You do the math. I think the original Japanese release date was April 21st, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Dippy, you're a young boy. I don't know. Maybe there's secret IRCAR strats. I don't always. I can save a 10th with a good grab. But you are correct. That is somewhat rare. But that's more on my end than on IRCAR's, I think. Okay. So, a little bit of both stories. Interesting. I mean, if you researched it just now, then how could you be wrong? Do you not trust your sources? Oh, it's early. Oh boy. Very high. Why do I keep messing that up? Pretty good overall, except for that. I actually paid some attention to how far I walk. Which, to the uninitiated, is important on that level. Walking is faster than floating. Dead. Oh, Mars's tutorial? I saw that he made one, but I haven't watched it yet. All levels in under 39. He made tutorials for all kinds of Mario games. He made one for SML1 before. And I already knew that he was working on something. But I have not had the time to check it out. Ah! Stupid release timing. That was like 2 more seconds than necessary. Yeah, I mean, Mars is not an active runner. So I'm not surprised. I think he just saw... I think it came mostly from SML1, where the tutorial was even more outdated. Maybe I can add a note or something once I have watched it. Kinda slow level. Yeah. I also left the zone late. Big map mistake at the very start. Okay. Hard level. Actually. Really? That's a little dumb. Quick break. I need some sugar in my brain. Be right back. It's this kind of sugar. Yeah, my right hand is cold. As in physically cold. It's okay. Just have to live with the mushroom Greg being slow today. I was just about to say, I have not gotten a single 531 today. This will not be one either. Man. Nah, it was not good. I have higher standards than that. Hey, Jacob. Jacob taking over the Obot's role. Whoops. Okay. Cheating! Spliced run. Now, would you look at that? Finally, a good level. Now I'm mad that I missed the pun there. I suck. Knock knock. Mice. It was an actually good level. Never. You messed it up. Or maybe you're subverting this, and I'm not getting it. Nice to meet you. I don't need pressure to collapse. I can just do that. First of all, since when? Secondly, thanks for the raid, Emery. Did I see that correctly? Yes, 62 raiders. Holy moly. So many peoples. Probably getting hit by pre-roll ads right now. Really? I applaud you. I guess I'm vegetarian most of the time. It's select few things that I still use meat for, like chili con carne. I tried the alternative. It's okay. But usually I want the grease. I don't even do. It's probably more habit than actual enjoyment. If there were more alternatives, like just more readily available in regular supermarkets, it would be much more easy to just go full vegetarian. But the German consumer culture definitely hasn't caught up. I will say that much. A decent amount if you go to the bigger supermarkets, but usually, sadly, half of the products are still overpriced. Just because of rarity, because they have to have like separate machinery, separate production sites sometimes. So they can't benefit from the same production cycles as the more common meat-containing products. So indirectly it comes down to availability to some extent. For the last couple of years, I haven't seen much development in that area. And I keep looking for just certain products. But it's been going very slowly. I guess that is true, Mr. Poles. But again, like you have to in your like local small village supermarket, the selection is very slim. Like I only have direct access to a Discar, which is an Edeka market, and there's not a lot of selection at all. Oops. And I'm mostly speaking like direct meat replacement products. Of course, I can get all kinds of greenery quite easily. But no, the direct alternatives is what I'm mostly talking about. Tofu products and the like. Lidl itself has a decent assortment most of the time. The next Lidl to me, however, is 5 kilometers. The best alternative for me would be Kaufland, which is the biggest supermarket, like just in terms of size of the actual market that we have in Germany. And they also have by far the biggest selection. That one also 5 kilometers away. Doable by bike, not so doable by bike in rain, as it has been for the last week here. And just in general, like, it's a little inconvenient. I don't have back panniers, like a back rack, oops, on my bike at the moment. I keep putting it off. I want to reinstall them. I have them in my basement. Just haven't installed them because I have to use a wider axle. And that one I have to still get. Or maybe I don't, because I have one. That was for my old bike. It should fit. I'm not always today. Not 100% on whether it will fit. Yeah. Go away with all the... I'm even pronouncing it the English way. Aldi. They are building... I've said this before. Like, German consumer nonsense. There is the discount market in the village here. And they are building an Aldi market right next to it. I have no idea why. And yeah, out of all of the, like in Germany we call them discounter markets, or just discounters for short. Out of all of those, Aldi is probably the lowest quality and just worst overall experience. I think Kaufland is number 1, then I would say Rewe, then the bigger Edeka markets, then I guess Edeka and Lidl are kind of the same kind of quality, different flavors, the same thing. That's my ranking. My ranking. There are others, smaller ones, sometimes regional ones. Also, Aldi is not the same in the north and the south of Germany. I think where I live we have Aldi Süd, southern version. Oops. There goes my apple. Well, did not go well. Not too dirty. That is a common thing with Lidl. When I lived in Leipzig, there was a similar area. 3 Lidls, nothing else. Very, very close by, like within maybe 500, 600 meters. Just different blocks. Absolute nonsense. I pay too much attention to jumping quickly rather than precisely. But that's the next thing. I doubt that Aldi in the UK is even remotely similar to Aldi over here. So I cannot judge you realistically for your experience. Just saying, Aldi over here, kind of meh. Hey, Senator Gorgeous. I'm doing alright, thank you. I hope everything is alright with you as well. Even though you're an Aldi apologist. Okay, saved. Dead rat. Walmart came to Germany very briefly. I went there a single time. It was an experience, but it is. They didn't stick around, let's just say that much. They could not compete with the German discounters at all. I think it took them a year until they closed down all of the Walmarts. think they left one around in Berlin for a while, for a bit longer. And that one also eventually closed down. Whoops. No jump there. What the frick? I'm missing my jump inputs. Not attached. This is where the big time save is supposed to come from. That still didn't lose time. Embarrassing. Let's abort that. Because I wanted to see if I had to clean my apple. Just one hair, 2 hairs. No dead rats or anything that I can see. What did I miss? Mr. Puls, Aldi Süd or Aldi Nord? Maybe that is the difference. I mean, that is part of the cultural experience usually. That was not the reason though why Walmart didn't make it. It was very much a lack of competitiveness. I mean, if it's sourdough bread, you can store that for quite a while. Or Walmart indeed. I mean, you probably can eat that after a month. It's probably not a good experience. I will continue in a second. Yeah, a little more than a second, I lied. Also, did Emery say anything? Oh, Hiragi made their own list. Kaufland, Lidl, Netto. Oh, Netto exists, of course. I like Netto most of the time. Norma we don't have here. Yeah, Aldi I would put at the end. Penny Haven't been to one in a very long time. Edeka last place. That is harsh. No, I think Emery rated and went. No, there. Thanks for the good luck. Took me a while to find the message. Arrogant. But the most expensive out of all of those is Rewe. Like, that's their concept. They only sell, like, well-known brands. They don't have store brands, pretty much. Like the same kind of stuff that everybody else has with a different packaging. Rewe doesn't do that. They only sell established brands. Actual brands. I don't know how a supermarket could come across as arrogant. That confuses me a little bit. You must have had some bad experience with specific workers. Oh, do they have no-name stuff now? I thought that was... Wait, yeah, but Ja comes from Spar, right? Wasn't Ja the previous Spar brand? Or am I confusing that? Because there was one big franchise, one big chain called Spar that went bankrupt like 20 years ago. Hello, Sarah. Yeah, Bando, that also makes sense. But again, that applies if you actually use a car in the first place, which means that you have some spare money anyway. If you can afford something expensive like a car. Thank you for the very good luck. I kind of need it, because my performance is not great today. Spar still exists? What? There's no way. I have not seen a Spar in since the 90s, I want to say. Really? Why am I thinking it went bankrupt? It's been a very long... Oh, in East Germany we have Konsum as well. Let's ring a bell for Konsum. And yes, that is the correct pronunciation. It is not Konsum. There are very select few Konsum markets. There's one in the city here. I don't know how widespread they actually are. I have to read up where I get this from. There must have been something that made me think that Spar is... in the Netherlands you also have the other Netto, the dog Netto. That confused me the first time I was in the Netherlands. Supermarket just for dogs, not really, but they have for some reason they have a dog, like a Schnauzer, as their logo, their emblem. Yeah, Spar was actually the first Western supermarket chain that came to the village that I lived in during the reunification of Germany. First direct Western experience. Maybe that's why I think it completely went away, because the market in the village didn't exist anymore. They just made the leap in my head. If that market doesn't exist anymore, then they must have gone bankrupt. No, but I also don't see Spars around. I don't believe there's a single Spar here. It's probably easily proven wrong. It doesn't exist in my perception, at least. Ah. I mean, how would you realize? What could give it away in theory? Like I could be completely bald and wear a swastika t-shirt. I guess that could give it away. Not happy about the political situation in East Germany, if that joke didn't come across. No, I won't, don't worry. I was just wondering how you would identify an East German if they're just speaking English. If I were to speak German, I think I couldn't entirely hide it. Even though I tried getting rid of the East German accent during my study days. But you can never truly escape. I mean, what I'm hiding under the bandana is less and less. That is not a secret, but not full bald yet. It's gonna take a couple of years. And it's not meant as a statement either. Ooh, 4 corner boosts there. And a slow grab. Ah, so many corner boosts. What a waste. What a waste indeed. Man. I never had curls in my life. Probably some do, corn. I mean, yeah, like for the actual regulars, Jonas, yeah, that will stick. In modern times, it is sadly justified to look down on East Germans because of the political situation that we have going on here. Like on the humanitarian basis, I'm looking down on a lot of those people. Yeah, what Bender is saying is sadly true. But again, this is all interconnected. Like, it's a little bit... Things kind of influence each other. Because of the the bad treatment. Like basically what happened during and after the reunification is that a lot of the real estate very quickly got bought up. Like it was unclear whom some buildings belonged to, and there was a huge wave of a lot of it didn't even have to be wealthy, but just a lot of investors coming into East Germany and buying real estate for very cheap and then renting it out and make money for it. And that is one aspect that, in that regard, from the side of the East Germans, it was seen, oh, the West Germans, they're buying all of our stuff and they're taking our money. Like, we have to give them money if we want to live there. It doesn't even belong to us anymore. That's one part. Then the money situation has always been an issue, but that one is probably the least founded, the least well-founded one. Because as much as East German salaries have always been lower than the West German equivalents, so have the living costs. Like I have how much is it? 46 square meters apartment, and I pay 350 euros. Heating included. That is a fantasy price in West Germany. Like, you probably start at twice that in West Germany. But still, in the perception of the people, that didn't really check it out. People are like that, right? They see I'm working this job and somebody else is working the same job in West Germany and they're getting 500 euros per month more. I'm being treated unfairly. Where in reality, I think that aspect wasn't the biggest one. It is very complex, yeah. I'm trying to get at it from like an anecdotal basis, like what would the individual have thought the situation is like. And it's usually pretty easy to point out where they went wrong. But yeah, the result of all of this is that structurally East Germany fell behind in terms of industry, because as I said, people saw, oh, I can just earn more money elsewhere. A lot of qualified workers just went somewhere else. And then a lot of industry completely died out in East Germany, which brings unemployment of people who don't want to move just to get a job with it. So structure goes away, people have no jobs, lower living standards, people being very unsatisfied, and then they look for why is this? And then yeah, those immigrants, they must be the reason. And there's always been this kind of feeling of being treated unfairly and lashing out at someone who is like even weaker. That is part of the foundation for xenophobia in East Germany. And I think that's how it works in many cultures. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely not exclusive to Germany, but in Germany, like within the German context, that is part of the reason why East Germany is as it is nowadays. And also a lot of like the older ones who lived their entire lives in the Soviet-led East Germany, like in the political system, they just felt like their entire life was taken away from them sometimes. I had an aunt who had worked in a job for her entire life that after the reunification basically just didn't exist anymore as a job for people. She was a bookbinder. And nowadays, sure, if you like have fancy books that need manual binding, sure, that is a thing. But no, regular books had manual labor involved at some point, and that's not really a thing anymore, at least not to the extent that she had done. So here comes the reunification, and her job, the only thing that she is qualified for, sadly, just doesn't exist anymore. So leads to unemployment and dissatisfaction, all kinds of things. And that's the life story of many East Germans who made the transition while already having an established life. I get it. It can be hard to change. AI taking over jobs. See, I have some people will not like my opinion, but some jobs maybe should not be kept around just for the sake of employing somebody. Like, I feel like there's a point to that. Jobs for the sake of jobs is not always the right thing to do, I think. It's that same story, it's the same bookbinding story. But this is getting even more complex, because then you have to educate your people differently, so they can have different other jobs that are not these simple ones that are easily replaced. Like, my idealistic worldview tells me this should be doable, but I'm nowhere near a working concept. Like, literally working concept. Oh, the gap at reunification was quite big, yeah. I mean, East Germany came from a state bankruptcy. The country was actually completely done for economically. I don't know that it's an easy thing to compare the East Bloc states against each other. Maybe in comparison to some, but overall, like, really just economically, I don't think they were that much better. Structurally, probably. But not in terms of money flow. Okay, let me try to catch up on Bender's own little thread. Oh, AFD. That's a topic in itself. Just reading up. I mean, yeah, the AFD has like different kinds of routes. The most official route being the Pegida movement, which was very specifically targeted against Muslim immigrants. Or while the Muslim culture overtaking Europe, pretty much. That's the political background. And then they just took in all kinds of what the German word is Querdenker, which didn't, like, back in the day, it didn't have a bad connotation. It just means somebody who doesn't think along set lines, who is a little bit quirky, but it has become a synonym for basically a, what's the word? There's a word. What's the word again? A conspiracy. So they are basically conspiracists. Many of them. Like, it became very apparent during COVID. The people who are against vaccination, a lot of those people are also supporting AfD. Those kinds of people who didn't have a bigger organizational structure before, and now they get all funneled into this extreme party. In case it hasn't been clear, I'm not a big fan of the AfD. It mostly actually, like, it mostly makes me sad. Just the realization that some people are so desperate and just so unhappy with their lives that they actually go along with extremists like that. Like, how bad must their life be, or how bad must they experience their life? Because their lives aren't bad. That's the strange reality. Nobody, like not a single person in Germany has to suffer economically, financially, unless you're really unlucky. But here we are with, in East Germany, sometimes up to 40, sometimes close to 50% in some smaller districts, voting for the extremist AfD party. It's wild. And again, that's the reason why they are so successful in East Germany, because they, like, the foundation of unhappy people who have been uprooted in some way or another. It's just existing. Oh, I forgot how I started my sentence. But yeah. That's the short explanation of why East Germany is the way it is. At the same time, in terms of, like, engineering or IT, East Germany is basically at the top in Germany. Strangely enough. There are certain industries that flourish here. The possibility that the AfD will win the general election is definitely there. But there's also the reality that they will not be able, like, even if they have the most votes, they will not have a majority to form a government. And I don't see any of the established parties, like, crumbling under the pressure and siding with the AfD. I just don't see that happening. They were close enough to that during the last election, and I think they learned their lesson. Like, specifically the CDU. I think the next pre-election campaigns will look a little bit different. I think there will be a lot of, like, pro-values, anti-AfD. The German political system allows that, gladly. The pluralistic system. Like, before the AfD would be able to govern, the left party would go into a coalition with the CDU. I would say. Like, just to avoid the AFD getting into power. And that is something that right now you wouldn't think is possible. And they would tell you it's not possible. But in that situation, I think that would be the way out. Yeah. That is similar, Mr. Pulse. No, you can have a minority government in Germany. Even if you haven't won the election. What I found uplifting in the last general election is that the actual left party had a lot of growth in the very young electorate. I hope that trend continues. Speedruns? And do you reckon... The CDU definitely has populists, and the CSU even more. I think the CSU is at a point where you can kind of safely call them demagogues and basically fascists at this point. The CDU I don't think will get there. Maybe in rhetoric, but you see it right now in terms of policies. It's a little bit... it's significantly more measured. And it's funny because the CSU that I mentioned, the abbreviation stands for Christian Social Union. But they are extremely... For something with social in the name, they are very, very far right. Kind of similar-ish reasons than East Germany, just a different flavor, if you will. Very nationalistic. Yet. I'm doing this slower today than usual. Söder in particular is just a populist. Like I don't even see him as a politician. There is no policy. It's just populism. He used to be just a meme, but he has become very, very annoying and just harmful for society. Ah. I jumped wrong. Zöder, the big strong man, the manly man, the family man, the Oktoberfest man. I wouldn't be able to tell you, Senator Borges, why it is. I think it's really just a name. And it just seems strange to have Bavaria, one of the parts of Germany that have the most like national pride, to have them have the social in the name. Like, well, of course, it doesn't have to align with socialism. That's not what I mean. But it kind of gives you that expression, and then that just gets subverted. Rough level. Yeah, that's the historical background. In practice, most parties in our pluralistic system are somewhat centrist. Centrist is a strange category. But they're not where they used to be. The Green Party isn't as green as it used to be. The Social Democrats aren't as left as they used to be. I think the Left Party is still decently far left. And the Conservatives definitely have gotten a little bit more conservative and have aligned with the more extremist rhetoric, just so they can snatch a few voters that want that kind of rhetoric, but don't want to take the big leap to the actual extremist party yet. Okay, enough politics. Aliens in space. It's mostly so I don't get too tired from the discussion, because I could talk about politics for a while, but it's never a nice topic, right? It's usually draining. Ah, not good. Very early on the shots. Already was the case in practice. And I have not been able to fix that. Have a good night, Bender. Always good seeing you. When are you leaving for Japan? I think I missed that. Ah, so slow. Again. No good runs today. Oh, still a little bit. Oh yeah, thanks again for the offer. I will see if I can think of something. But if nothing immediately comes to mind, then there's probably nothing that I really need. Like, it would probably be something console gaming cartridge related. I will take my time and think about it. Ah, so late. Ah. Was trying to get extra close to make up a 10th more. I was not very attached to that run. What time is it? One more. Oh, good night. Ah. How did I used to say, like a year ago? Was it 2 years ago? Last run is fast run. We have to get back into that habit. It's not fast yet. I think I haven't gotten a single 5:31 in-game time on this level today. Let's try to change that. Yeah, the noodle water stream was good. It really was. Maybe that is the secret. $5.31. Even just talking about noodle water already helped. Whoops. Saved, but very dirty. I think it's easy to learn, and it like everything else, it really depends on what goal you're going for. Also, there are those meta elements as well, because you have very handy practice tools that you don't have for other games, which make it more easy, more accessible in a way. Top 10 is ambitious. Top 10 is ambitious, like if you have a background with other speedruns. Specifically jump and run platformers, I would say it's like the skill ceiling isn't super high. I would say it's relatively accessible. I'm not gonna say easy, but accessible. I was gonna ask you earlier, because you asked me once before, and you even announced that you were thinking about just setting up an emulator and stream some practice. I don't think I ever heard the next part of that. Yeah, you did, Korn. You definitely asked me about how to set up, which emulator to use. But I don't recall that topic ever coming up again. So I didn't ask until now. Until you indirectly asked again. Ah, I see. I mean, what does it mean to suck at that? Like, it comes down to how analytical you approach the game. That's why I think experience really helps. Experience with a different game, just in general. Just like concepts. Like, oh, this game is based on tiles to some extent, so you can use the tiles as visual cues. Jumps are always consistent, so you can somewhat normalize it. Those kinds of things that are already intrinsic to somebody who has run another like jump and run game. And that is also true. Like, I, for example, was a very slow learner. My progression curve, like if you look at some runners nowadays, they go straight to sub 28 on that first or second run. Pretty sure it took me 2 months or so to get sub 30. And then my improvement was very, very gradual, very linear almost. But again, then again, I was pretty much the only one active at the time. At the very beginning, Laplacier and Controllerhead were still around, and they could give like some advice here and there. But they weren't like really around. Sometimes yes, Mug was there, but Mug is mostly recognized for his memes in my chat, not so much for help with the speedrun. And there was no practice ROM and no nothing. I was playing on an LCD TV with like 300 milliseconds of delay. You gotta be kidding me! Why is this fight so hard today? Unbelievable. Yeah, I was on an inaccurate emulator. I was using VBAM and was playing, like these are my very first runs, and was playing on LCD TV without game mode. It did have game mode, but I found out way after the fact. So I was playing without game mode and a ridiculous delay. Or latency, I suppose. You can get used to anything. I think I got my sub 27 on that setup. And after sub 27 I got myself the console CRT setup. At that point I wanted to take it seriously. Like when I got sub 27 I kind of decided that I want to go for the world record. That was an active process. Hello, Sleazy. How have you been doing? I think I actually played for a while longer. I don't remember what time I got or what my first non-emulator PB was, but it was already sub 27. Oops. So some PBs under sub 27 must have still been on emulator. It's easy to check on my Twitch or YouTube, I suppose. No! That doesn't count. That's the other one. Chubalu, please pay attention. That was the super boost attempt. Failed school deadline. That doesn't sound good. What kind of school? What deadline? Nah, we can leave it there. I had one earlier on the stream. That wasn't counted. And like 100 that weren't counted overall in like the last streams combined. Maybe not 100, but a dozen. Sleazy, are you okay? Let's start with that. Yeah, I guess the stat was only important when Crustacean 7 was still around. Because it was a direct reaction. She would count all of the successful super jumps. So that was just the meme. I hope she's doing alright. I haven't seen her on Twitch at all in 2 years. Possibly just moved on. It's alright, but I don't want to be rude, but I don't feel I have the energy for like a big trauma dump today. We had a somewhat lengthy half historical and half political discussion earlier, so don't get your hopes up of me being able to absorb everything. I'm a little bit frazzled. Yeah, see. Stuff like that, or you jump an entire tile too early. Hello, not Ben. I mean, it was mostly about why East Germany is the way it is. We started with supermarkets. That was what led us to the differences between East and West. Yeah, from there it spun to differences in... I can't even talk anymore. Differences between East and West, and why they are there, and how it came to be, and how that ties into how the political landscape is nowadays. Hey, Livy. Don't think I've seen you here before. And if I have, then please apologies for my cheesy brain. I don't think that's how one would say that. It made sense in my head. Cheese has holes. My brain has memory holes. That's a strange sound. From Switzerland. Hello. Oh yeah, my political battery has been drained entirely for today. Like, I sometimes see a message and I want to say something, then I think, no, I don't have the energy. Not today. First decent run? This cannot be. Hello, Retro! I was just thinking about you today. But I haven't seen you in a while, and there you are. I hope you're doing well. Haha. So much for the fast run. Even got out my Tommy Wiseau laughter. Man. Yeah, same. I cannot complain much. I was complaining recently about a wrist injury, but as of today, there you go, Chubaloo. As of today, it is starting, I hope it's gonna continue, it's starting to get better. I was erecting and disassembling a scaffolding around the house together with my dad a few weeks ago in several stages, like one side, then he did the painting of the facade, and then I helped him pull it down, build it back up on the other side. And I must have just lifted something wrong and hurt my wrist. And that was going on for the last, I want to say, 2.5 weeks. That it hurt really bad, where I thought, okay, this isn't normal anymore. But today, the pain is subsiding. A grip injury that makes you, like, the immobile in the wrist, I suppose, or in the hand. Not entirely immobile, right? And mine was just caused by, like, stupidity, I would assume. I should have just been careful when lifting the things. bonk. The first decent mushroom grab. Just don't open your mouth, man. Yeah, no worries. Like, I do stupid things like that all of the time. Usually on the physical side. I got myself like Achilles heel tendinitis in the past from cycling too much without a break. Knee injury from cycling and volleyball, just overdoing it significantly. Wrist injury from playing Beat Saber. Sometimes I just have to remind myself that I am stupid. Because this is recurring. I forget to take care of my elderly body. But I will survive. I've always been too old for this. Ah, not again. Too old for the super jump. Wait, did I misread that first sleazy? I must be. Yeah, no. For some reason I read grip injury and not hip injury. That makes so much more sense. Apologies. How do you insert an entire letter while misreading the other one? More sugar. I generally don't even mind the injuries. They're usually at least a good story to tell. One of the more annoying body things recently, though, is that my injured shoulder from the bike accident, I always have to think 15 years ago, has been flaring up recently. Has been waking me up at night, actually. It's been quite bad. But also today it's fine. So that will also just go away again. I have personally completely stopped mourning lost time as a thing. You can only lose if you see life like that. Oh, I could have done this better. Oh, I could have started doing this so much earlier. And now I would be like further along the way. I don't know what that means. It's very theoretical. Okay. In visions. I mean, that can be a thing to motivate oneself. Like seeing yourself in a certain situation and working towards it. But the other way around is not really helpful, right? Like, I'm very okay with who I am nowadays. So I think all of the, like, objectively bad things that have happened in my life, they still led me here. Like, it's a pretty mundane realization, right? Like, it's the same for everybody. But I would say I'm happy with my current self and life. So anything that led up to this must have led to exactly this, right? So why be mad about anything? But I guess if somebody isn't, that's the thing, right? Perspective. Somebody is not on good terms with where they are in life. That automatically can become a negative thing. Whoops. And for that I don't have a recipe, like how to arrive at happiness. I don't think there is good advice to be given, good general advice. That's something that everybody kind of has to figure out on their own. Yeah, sure. I would say as a person I like a challenge, as a like general life progression concept. But I would also want it on my terms. Like, it shouldn't be impossible or against all odds. Probably don't have the energy to fight a very long uphill battle. Dear command about life advice. Let me see if we can like repurpose one that exists already. Ooh. I mean, wise words kind of can work, but it usually doesn't. But that would be the obvious one. Wise words. I don't know how to make that into general life advice. That goes back to physicality again. I guess we can say spirituality is maybe not the path to happiness. Excuse me. Spirits are trying to rebel inside of me. But it's specifically about dignities. I don't know what actually is trying to say there. How does dignity play in there? Dignity is a very non-physical concept, so I would disagree with Dearbot. Unless we are spinning this into a determinism versus free will debate, which I also don't have the energy for. Not today. Whoops. Sticky feet for the rest of the level. Oh well, we get them either way. I think I just saw a moth at my window, at my balcony door. Couldn't see what it was. It looked big. Maybe a sphingit. It's a little late in the... Well, maybe some of them are actually flying right now. Ooh, first pixel. I would say it's tree sap. Water peaks. I don't know what that would mean exactly. Acceptable. Yeah. Oh well, no. That would be resin. Right? Hearts. Found the hole again, second time today. Plastic? No, not plastic. Dear bot, you're way off. It's not plastic. No, I don't think it's a resin. I think it's tree sap. It's more what... Sometimes it's excreted closer to the more recently developed parts, leaves and blossoms. Usually ants and lots of other insects feed on it. It's not the exact same as resin. Oh, so you did mean resin, yeah. That's what I thought. I think that is not what it is. It would be a strange choice, because you wouldn't be able to easily jump across resin. You would just land in it and then get stuck. That said, tree sap is also not as gelatinous as this. So maybe we just accept that this is some random tree jelly that only exists in Mario Land. Heads up. No, I said sap. You're zap. Or in German, you are zap. How is it going? Ah. And have you completely dropped Dr. Stone? Ah! Face into root wall. Wanted to say root canal. That's not what that is. There are root canals here. Like down there. Are those root canals? Surely, right? A wee Bluetooth module. The Wii doesn't originally come with Bluetooth, does it? Ooh, almost took damage. Wait, the original connection protocol is Bluetooth for Wii controllers? I did not know that. I would have guessed that was something proprietary. Huh. I mean, it makes sense with the entire pairing process, now that I think about it. There's some sense to it, but there is probably some propriety in the protocol still, right? Again! Come on! It's like the third or fourth time that I do this today. After a decent level. Because wasn't Bluetooth LE, like low energy, the first proper open Bluetooth standard? Like basically there was Bluetooth, and different companies had their own proprietary protocol headers, so they weren't cross-compatible most of the time. But then I think ANT Plus came around as a low energy alternative, and that one is an open standard. So then Bluetooth had to counter to keep their own market share with Bluetooth LE. And I think that was... maybe I'm mixing things up a little bit, but I felt like that was the case. Maybe I'm making half of that up. Like, the only thing that I know for a fact is that there were, and probably still are, competing Bluetooth protocols with proprietary headers that make them incompatible amongst each other, like outside of the intended environment. And knowing Nintendo, I would immediately assume that they did something like that as well. Open standards? Not with us. It has been a rough stream for speedruns. I just want this one last run. And it will be good. I will it. I demand a good run. Will there be a Zap stream later today, so I can plan my going to bed schedule? Ah, not bad. Bonk. I wonder how long the Alecki stream will be. I hope he keeps going a little. That would be a good raid target. But that very much depends on how long my stream is gonna be. Yeah. Decent. Well, if I can't get a run going, I will just have to call it regardless. But I'm not giving up just yet. Yeah, don't worry. When stuff happens, stuff happens. Oops. Are they at least looking at chat? I guess not. It's been going on for 2 hours. Well. Sad. This was such decent pace. Typical late night stream attempts. Man. Hey, Oscar. I'm trying, but it's getting late. And my energy is fading. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I really have to like particularly focus on Mario's sprite right now. Usually I look at the screen more in its totality. My eyes are wandering. No! We killed him. This stream is cursed now. We killed our only friend in the game. He's dead. Ah, he's still alive. All good. There he is again. I'm glad. Ah, there he is again. Still in good spirits. Cheering us on. I wish I was as fast as him. I feel like the gameplay is getting better. Like the hands are doing better, but the focus is the problem. Good hands, bad brain. No, I refuse. Now that you posted tree set, this is gonna be the run that leaves the tree zone. Second time today. Very, very sloppy. That could have been decent. Don't jinx it, Chupalo. How dare you? It's alright. At least I survived the map. Way off. Too early. And that is fine. Oh, let's go. There have been dance moves in the past, yes. Wait, what do you mean? I haven't aged in the last 10 years. I haven't aged ever since I streamed. Since I started streaming. That's what people always tell me. Are you implying that they're lying to me? They're trying to be nice to me? Ridiculous. Whoops. I would say it looks good in Twitch chat. It looks kind of vile in the YouTube chat. Maybe that's just the way my window is set up. I think the YouTube chat handles some of the spaces differently. come on, just a regular one cycle. No, I just cannot do it today. I'm so sorry. No, I give up for today. It is just not happening. The gloves are off. Is Aleki still streaming? Still online? Before I check? Alright. Slash Alekman, yeah, that will work. Alrighty. I will stream Beat Saber tomorrow. Like, I really want to stream Beat Saber tomorrow. I hope I will find the time. There might be a surprise SML2 stream on the weekend. We will see. Thank you all for watching. And let's watch more SML2 over on Alekman's channel. Bye bye.